What if I told you that tonight, you'll discover why chaos isn't the opposite of order, but the hidden pattern that reveals everything we're afraid to understand about ourselves? What if the most terrifying truth isn't that madness exists, but that it might be the most honest response to a world that pretends to make sense? Hello, my dear night wanderers, it's Abby. Welcome back to another evening where we explore the shadows that dance at the edges of sanity. With all the uncertainty swirling around us in our daily lives, the constant pressure to maintain composure while everything feels like it's falling apart, sometimes we need to dive deep into the darkness to find unexpected truths about the human condition. So, before you settle in for this psychological journey, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you're ready for stories that challenge how you see the world and yourself. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what draws you to explore the psychology of chaos. Are you a student of human nature like tonight's protagonist, or are you someone who's felt the pull of understanding what lies beneath society's carefully constructed facade? Now, dim those lights. Maybe put on some white noise to muffle the world outside. Pull that blanket close and prepare to journey into the labyrinth of minds that see the joke hidden in everyone's carefully constructed reality. Tonight isn't about glorifying madness or celebrating destruction. Instead, we're embarking on a profound exploration of human psychology, examining how chaos theory applies to the human mind, and discovering why some of the most brilliant minds in history have been drawn to study the very darkness that terrifies the rest of us. You'll witness 4 interconnected tales that explore how one person's laughter can echo through an entire city's psyche, creating ripples that touch the lives of ordinary people in extraordinary ways, challenging their understanding of sanity, order, and what it truly means to be human. Through the eyes of a dedicated psychology student, you'll discover how academic curiosity can become dangerous obsession. You'll walk alongside a detective who realizes that solving cases isn't about finding answers, but about learning to live with questions that have no comfortable solutions. You'll observe through the careful documentation of a hospital worker who discovers that the line between patient and caregiver is far thinner than anyone wants to admit. And finally, you'll sit with someone who remembers the before times when laughter was joy instead of warning, when chaos was accident instead of art. 4 perspectives await you tonight, each one revealing another layer of the smile that haunts not just Gotham's dreams, but the collective unconscious of anyone who's ever wondered what happens when someone decides to stop pretending that life makes sense. Each story builds upon the last, creating a complete picture not of madness, but of the terrifyingly logical progression from hope to despair to something that transcends both. You'll hear the distant sound of city rain against windows, the flicker of neon lights painting shadows on walls, and yes, you might catch the echo of laughter that seems to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. But remember, we all wear masks to get through each day. Tonight we examine what happens when someone decides to take theirs off completely, and what that decision teaches us about the masks we refuse to remove. So settle in, dear listeners. Let the world outside fade away as we explore case studies in chaos, pattern recognition in the seemingly random, the thin line between sanity and insight, and the origin of a smile that changed everything. This isn't just a story about one person's descent into madness. This is a story about 4 people's ascent into understanding, and what that understanding costs them, changes in them, and ultimately gives them. Your journey begins now, in the quiet halls of academia, where a young mind encounters a question that will reshape everything they thought they knew about human nature. Are you ready to discover what happens when someone decides to stare directly into the abyss, not to become it, but to finally understand what it's been trying to tell us all along? The patterns are waiting. The chaos has its own logic, and somewhere in the space between order and madness, truth is waiting for those brave enough to recognize it. Your professor's voice echoes in the empty lecture hall as rain patters against tall windows, each drop creating its own small chaos against the glass. The afternoon light filters through gray clouds, casting everything in that peculiar shadowland between day and night. For your thesis, choose a subject that challenges conventional understanding of criminal psychology, Professor Chen had said, her eyes scanning the half-empty classroom of graduate students. Don't give me another paper on nature versus nurture. I want something that makes me question what I think I know about the human mind. Your heart races as you sit alone now in the silence, fluorescent lights humming their electric lullaby overhead. You know exactly who you want to study. Everyone else will choose the safe subjects, the ones with clear pathways to publication and tenure-track positions. But you've always been drawn to the questions that don't have comfortable answers, the cases that make seasoned professionals shake their heads and change the subject. The university library after hours becomes your second home. A sanctuary of knowledge where the smell of old psychology journals mixes with the bitter comfort of coffee growing cold in paper cups. Your fingertips grow rough from handling case files, academic papers, and police reports that most students never get clearance to access. The texture of these documents feels significant somehow, as if the paper itself holds echoes of the minds that created the words, the hands that filed the reports, the eyes that witnessed what most people can only read about in clinical abstracts. You discover quickly that you're not the first to attempt this research. In fact, you're part of a surprisingly long line of graduate students, postdoctoral researchers, and even tenured professors who've tried to apply psychological theory to this particular case study. What troubles you isn't that others have tried. It's that their research trails all end abruptly. Papers left unfinished. Researchers who transferred to other universities without explanation. One particularly promising study from 3 years ago simply stops mid-sentence in its methodology section, as if the author walked away from their computer and never returned. But you're different. You have something the others might have lacked. A genuine understanding of chaos theory from your undergraduate mathematics minor. While other researchers approached this case looking for traditional psychological patterns, you're seeing something else entirely. The crimes, the methods, the timing, even the locations, they're not random at all. They follow mathematical principles that most people trained only in psychology would never recognize. Late nights become early mornings as you map incident reports against chaos mathematics, plotting seemingly random events on graphs that reveal underlying structures. The fractal patterns emerge slowly, like a photograph developing in chemical solution. What appears to be madness to the untrained eye shows itself to be a complex system operating according to rules that are simply beyond conventional understanding. Your academic advisor, Dr. Richardson, notices your obsession during your monthly check-in meetings. You're looking tired, he observes, peering at you over reading glasses that have seen too many graduate students come and go. This research is consuming more of your time than it should. Remember, a thesis is supposed to demonstrate your ability to conduct research, not to solve the mysteries of the universe. But you can't stop. Every breakthrough leads to 10 new questions. Every pattern you identify reveals 3 others hiding beneath it. You start to understand that this isn't just criminal behavior, it's a form of communication. Someone is leaving messages in the chaos, creating art out of destruction, composing symphonies that can only be heard by those who know how to listen to the mathematics of madness. The breakthrough comes at 3 a.m. on a Tuesday, when your exhausted mind finally sees what your analytical training has been trying to show you for weeks. The crimes aren't just following chaos patterns. They're teaching chaos patterns. Each incident is a lesson in complexity theory, demonstrated through real-world application. Someone is using the entire city as a classroom, and the curriculum is the mathematics of unpredictability. Your hands shake as you cross-reference this revelation with the incomplete research of your predecessors. They all stopped their work right around the time they would have made similar discoveries. Did they realize what you're realizing now? That studying this subject means becoming part of the lesson plan, while analyzing crime scene photos in the harsh light of your desk lamp, pushing through another sleepless night fueled by caffeine and academic ambition. You notice something that makes your blood freeze in your veins. In each photograph, barely visible in shadows or reflections, formed not by deliberate placement but by the natural chaos of each scene, There are symbols, mathematical symbols, chaos theory equations spelled out in debris, in the way objects fell, in the patterns of destruction itself. The realization hits you like ice water. The pattern suggests a next location, your mathematical training, your understanding of chaos theory. It's all led you to this moment where you can predict where the next lesson will be taught. Your phone shows 47 missed calls from an unknown number, all received while you were lost in your calculations. When you finally answer, your voice barely a whisper in the empty library. There's only the sound of quiet laughter before the line goes dead. But in that laughter you hear something that terrifies you more than any threat could. Recognition. The sound of a teacher acknowledging a student who's finally learned to read the curriculum. Sleep becomes elusive as you realize your research subject might be researching you back. Every time you close your eyes, you see those mathematical symbols formed in chaos, those patterns that shouldn't exist but do, that elegant handwriting spelled out in destruction and debris. Coffee burns your throat as you force yourself to stay awake for another night. But the alternative, the dreams that come when you finally surrender to exhaustion, are worse than the fatigue. Your apartment, once a comfortable graduate student sanctuary of second-hand furniture and academic posters, now feels like a research station under siege. Books and papers cover every surface, connected by red string like a conspiracy theorist's fever dream. But this isn't paranoia. You tell yourself, this is pattern recognition. This is academic rigor applied to unprecedented data. The shadows in your peripheral vision have taken on new significance. Every movement, every shift of light, every sound from the apartment above or the street below gets filtered through your newly trained perception. You're seeing connections everywhere, because connections are everywhere. But knowing that doesn't make the hypervigilance any less exhausting. Your headache is constant now, a dull throb behind your eyes, from staring at crime scene correlations for hours at a time. The fluorescent lights in the library seem brighter, more harsh. Colors appear oversaturated. Your senses are heightened in a way that feels both gift and curse, as if your brain is rewiring itself to process information that human minds weren't designed to handle. The deeper you dig into the research, the more you understand why your predecessors abandoned their work. This isn't just about studying criminal psychology. It's about confronting fundamental questions about the nature of reality, about whether the chaos we fear might actually be a higher form of order that we're simply not equipped to understand. You discover connection after connection between chaos theory and criminal behavior, but not in the way you expected. Traditional psychology views criminal behavior as aberrant, as deviation from normal human patterns. But what if normal human patterns are the aberration? What if chaos is the natural state, and our insistence on order, on predictability, on controllable outcomes, is actually the psychological dysfunction? The academic papers you find hidden in restricted archives paint a disturbing picture. Researchers throughout history who've studied similar subjects report remarkably consistent experiences: sleep disruption, heightened pattern recognition, paranoia that turns out to be justified awareness, and ultimately, a complete restructuring of their understanding of sanity and madness. Dr. Richardson notices the change in you during your next meeting. His office, with its warm wood furniture and carefully curated collection of academic achievements, feels like a museum of a world you no longer quite belong to. "I've been getting calls about your research," he says, not meeting your eyes directly. His usually steady hands fidget with papers on his desk. The department chair is concerned. Some of the materials you've requested access to have raised flags with university administration. You try to explain your discoveries, but the words sound different when spoken aloud. What makes perfect sense in the privacy of your own mind sounds like the ramblings of someone losing their grip on reality. Dr. Richardson listens with the practiced patience of someone who's had this conversation before, with other students, other researchers who thought they'd found something revolutionary in the mathematics of madness. "Maybe," he says finally, his voice gentle but firm. Some jokes aren't meant to be understood. Maybe the punchline is too dangerous for the audience. That night, you dream of lecture halls filled with students taking notes on lessons taught in a language you almost but don't quite understand. You wake with the certainty that somewhere, someone is grading your work, evaluating your progress, deciding whether you're ready for advanced coursework. Your research advisor calls an emergency meeting the next day. When you arrive at his office, you find him pacing nervously. A man who's built his career on calm academic discourse now visibly agitated. "I've been getting calls about your research," he repeats. But this time there's fear in his voice. They want to shut it down. They say you're getting too close to something dangerous. He slides a file across his desk, and your hands tremble as you open it. Inside are newspaper clippings, academic obituaries, and missing person reports. Every single researcher who studied similar subjects over the past 20 years, some transferred to other universities and were never heard from again. Others suffered complete mental breakdowns. A few simply vanished, leaving behind research notes that their colleagues described as incomprehensible and disturbing. "Look at the dates," Dr. Richardson whispers, pointing to the timeline he's constructed. "They all stopped their research right around the point where you are now, right when they would have started to understand the real scope of what they were studying." You stare at the documentation, your newly trained pattern recognition skills immediately identifying the underlying structure. These aren't random casualties of academic pressure or coincidental mental health crises. This is a systematic removal of anyone who gets too close to understanding the curriculum being taught through chaos. "Maybe," he whispers, glancing nervously at his phone as it buzzes with another unknown caller, "some jokes aren't meant to be understood." But even as fear crawls up your spine, even as every rational part of your mind screams at you to walk away, you realize you've passed the point of no return. The patterns are in your head now. The mathematics of madness has become part of how you process reality. You can't unlearn what you've learned, can't unsee what you've seen. That evening, as you sit surrounded by research that might be your academic death sentence, you understand why your predecessors abandoned their work. It wasn't because they failed to find answers. It was because they found answers too dangerous to live with. Standing at the crossroads between academic success and psychological survival, you must choose whether understanding is worth the price of innocence. The decision feels monumental, like the moment before a roller coaster drops, when you still have a split second to change your mind but know that you won't, that you can't, that you've come too far to turn back now. Your heart pounds as the final pieces of the puzzle align in your mind, each connection clicking into place with the terrible inevitability of a mathematical proof. The taste of fear is metallic on your tongue, but underneath it runs a current of exhilaration. You're about to understand something that has eluded some of the brightest minds in psychology, something so profound and dangerous that careers have been destroyed to keep it hidden. Documents are scattered across your apartment floor like chaos itself. But now you see the order within the disorder. Your weeks of research have led to this moment of crystal clarity, where everything makes terrible, perfect sense. The fluorescent lights seem brighter, your vision sharper, as if understanding has literally opened your eyes to aspects of reality you'd never noticed before. The breakthrough comes not as a sudden revelation, but as a slow dawn of comprehension. Madness, you realize, might not be a breakdown of rational thought, but an evolution beyond it. What society calls insanity might actually be a form of higher perception, a way of processing reality that includes variables most minds automatically filter out to maintain the illusion of order and predictability. Your research has been guided by an unseen hand all along. Every document you were granted access to, every restricted file that mysteriously became available, every piece of evidence that seemed to fall into your lap at just the right moment. You haven't been conducting independent research. You've been following a curriculum designed by someone who wanted you to reach exactly these conclusions. The realization should be terrifying, but instead it fills you with a strange sense of accomplishment. You've been chosen, selected, educated. Out of all the graduate students who might have attempted this research, you're the one who is deemed capable of handling the truth. The question now becomes, what are you supposed to do with this knowledge? Understanding floods through you like warm honey, sweet and overwhelming. Chaos theory doesn't just explain criminal behavior, it explains the fundamental nature of existence. The patterns you've identified in crime scenes are the same patterns that govern weather systems, stock markets, human relationships, the rise and fall of civilizations. Someone has been using criminal acts as teaching tools, demonstrating through practical application that chaos and order are not opposites but partners in an eternal dance. You realize your research could revolutionize not just psychology, but philosophy, mathematics, even physics. The implications stretch far beyond criminal justice into the very nature of consciousness, free will, and what it means to be human. But with that realization comes another, more sobering one. Some truths are too dangerous for society to handle. Some knowledge breaks more than it builds. The weight of this understanding settles into your bones, like wisdom earned through suffering. You think about your predecessors, the researchers who walked away from their work right at this crucial moment. You finally understand their choice. They weren't failures, they were guardians, protecting society from truths it isn't ready to handle. Your phone rings, and this time you answer immediately. The voice on the other end is calm, measured, familiar somehow, though you know you've never heard it before. Congratulations, it says simply. You've graduated. Now comes the real test. What will you do with what you've learned? The choice crystallizes in front of you with mathematical precision. You can publish your findings, revolutionize academic understanding of criminal psychology, and watch as society struggles to reconcile its need for order with the reality of beautiful, terrifying chaos. Or you can close your research files, understanding that some jokes are too dangerous to share with an audience that isn't ready for the punchline. You close your research files with hands that are steady now, no longer trembling with fear or excitement, but calm with acceptance. In your final thesis, you write about the importance of recognizing the limits of academic inquiry, about the ethical responsibility researchers have not to pursue knowledge that could harm rather than help humanity. You discuss the seductive danger of staring too long into the abyss, of mistaking understanding for wisdom. Your advisor, Dr. Richardson, reads your submitted thesis with visible relief. This is excellent work, he says, but his eyes are grateful rather than impressed. You've demonstrated real maturity in recognizing the boundaries of responsible research. He doesn't say what you both know, that you've chosen safety over discovery, wisdom over knowledge, protection over revelation. That night, you dream peacefully for the first time in months. In your dreams, you're sitting in a lecture hall, but now you're the professor, teaching students about the importance of academic ethics, about the responsibility that comes with the ability to uncover dangerous truths. Your students listen attentively, and you know that someday, one of them will face the same choice you faced. When you wake, there's a message on your phone from an unknown number. Thank you for understanding the joke without needing to share it. Some laughter is meant for an audience of one. You delete the message and begin preparing for your thesis defense, knowing that your real education has only just begun. Somewhere across the city, a detective is staring at case files that contain patterns only someone with your abandoned research could help identify. 3 months after filing your thesis away in a locked drawer, where dangerous knowledge belongs, you're interning at GCPD when Detective Martinez drops a case file on your desk with the weight of someone passing along a burden they can no longer carry alone. The metal desk is cold under your palms as you look up at him, noting the dark circles under his eyes, the way his usually pressed uniform looks like he slept in it, the slight tremor in his hands that speaks of too much coffee and not enough answers. You studied chaos theory, right? He asks, his voice carrying the particular exhaustion that comes from staring at puzzles that seem designed to resist solution. Tell me if you see any patterns here that make sense. Because I've been looking at these files for 6 months, and I'm starting to think I'm losing my mind. The fluorescent lights of the precinct reflect off his polished badge as he settles into the chair across from you. The overhead illumination harsh and institutional, casting everything in the unforgiving clarity that police stations seem designed to provide. Coffee stains mark the case files he spreads across your workspace, evidence of late nights and early mornings spent trying to force order from chaos. Around you, the low murmur of other detectives fills the space, phones ringing with reports of domestic disputes and break-ins, the routine crimes that make up the bulk of police work. But these files that Martinez slides toward you, these represent something different, something that doesn't fit into the comfortable categories of motive, means, and opportunity that form the foundation of criminal investigation. The clock on the wall ticks toward midnight as the day shift heads home and the skeleton crew settles in for another long night. The city sleeps uneasily beyond the windows, its citizens trusting that someone is watching, someone is making sense of the senseless, someone is maintaining the thin blue line between order and chaos. You open the first file with academic curiosity that quickly transforms into something more unsettling. The crime scene photos show destruction that appears random at first glance, but your trained eyes begin to identify underlying structures. Patterns emerge that remind you uncomfortably of the research you abandoned, the mathematical relationships you decided were too dangerous to pursue. Detective Martinez watches your face as you read, noting every change in expression, every moment of recognition, every flash of understanding that crosses your features. You see it too, don't you? He says quietly. There's something here that doesn't fit any of the profiles we use, something that makes perfect sense and no sense at all. The files contain crimes that span the past 2 years, each one catalogued with the meticulous attention to detail that police work demands. But underneath the official reports you can see Martinez's personal notes, his attempts to find connections that the department's standard procedures couldn't identify. He's been doing his own research, following his own hunches, pursuing patterns that would make his superiors question his mental fitness for duty. Experienced detectives avoid certain case files, he admits, running a hand through graying hair. They've learned to recognize the ones that will consume you, the investigations that change how you see the world. But I can't let these go. There are families out there who deserve answers, victims who deserve justice, even if the justice we can provide doesn't fit into the neat categories our system is designed to handle. You understand his obsession as you dive deeper into the documentation. These aren't just crimes, they're communications. Each incident contains elements that seem designed to teach rather than simply destroy, to demonstrate principles that go beyond simple criminal psychology into something approaching philosophy taught through practical application. Learning about the psychological toll on law enforcement becomes personal as you watch Martinez describe his sleepless nights, his growing isolation from colleagues who think he's pursuing ghosts, his family's concern about his increasing preoccupation with cases that seem to resist solution. The badge that once represented authority and purpose now feels like a weight he carries into increasingly dark places. Some investigations never officially close, he explains, showing you files that have been marked inactive but never truly abandoned. They sit in these cabinets like sleeping monsters, waiting for someone foolish enough or brave enough to wake them up again. I keep thinking that if I just find the right angle, the right perspective, everything will click into place. Your academic knowledge feels different when applied to real-world consequences. These aren't theoretical case studies, but actual events that shattered actual lives, created actual trauma, left actual families searching for answers that the system couldn't provide. The mathematics of chaos that fascinated you in the abstract takes on terrible weight when you see it reflected in crime scene photographs and victim statements. The breakthrough moment comes when you apply chaos theory mathematics to the timeline of incidents. What Martinez has been seeing as randomly connected events suddenly reveals itself as a complex system operating according to principles that law enforcement training never taught him to recognize. The pattern is there, elegant and terrible, waiting for someone with the right background to decode it. Ready for the real adventure to begin? Martinez asks, but his smile doesn't reach his eyes. Tomorrow brings new challenges, new cases, new opportunities to stare into the abyss and hope it doesn't stare back. But tonight, you finally understand that your abandoned research wasn't academic failure, but preparation for something more important than a thesis. Your hands shake as you cross-reference the patterns you're identifying with your memories of the research you decided was too dangerous to complete. The same mathematical relationships that fascinated and terrified you in the safety of academic study are playing out in real time across the city, affecting real people, creating real consequences that go far beyond the theoretical. While organizing old files in the empty precinct, the fluorescent lights humming their electric lullaby overhead, you find a folder with your full name written on it in handwriting you don't recognize. Inside are photographs of you at the university library, detailed reports of your thesis research, documentation of your meetings with Dr. Richardson, and a red stamp that reads "Surveillance terminated. Subject ready for Phase 2. The footsteps echoing in the hallway outside your office sound different now. Purposeful rather than random, measured rather than casual. Your academic training, your understanding of patterns and chaos theory, your decision to abandon dangerous research, it's all led to this moment where you realize you were never really studying the subject. You were being prepared to become part of the lesson plan. Fear tastes like copper in your mouth as you realize you've stumbled into something far more dangerous than filing paperwork for the police department. Your heart pounds so loud it drowns out the approaching footsteps. Each beat a thunderous reminder that academic research and real-world conspiracy are separated by a thin line you've just crossed without permission or preparation. Sweat beads on your forehead, despite the air conditioning that keeps the precinct at a constant, institutional chill. The folder in your hands trembles as you photograph its contents with shaking fingers, each image a piece of evidence that your life has been under observation. Your choices guided by unseen hands, your academic journey orchestrated by someone who saw potential in your research that you were too frightened to pursue. Adrenaline floods your system, making every shadow seem alive and threatening, every sound significant, every reflection in the windows potentially hiding watching eyes. The familiar environment of the police station, which should represent safety and order, now feels like a stage set where you've been performing without knowing you had an audience. The service elevator that you've used dozens of times to access the filing basement suddenly reveals a button you've never noticed before. One that requires a key card you don't have, but that somehow accepts your police intern badge when you swipe it experimentally. The hidden sub-basement opens to you like a secret the building has been waiting to share. Fluorescent lights flickering to life as motion sensors detect your unauthorized presence. What you find in the hidden sub-basement makes your academic research look like elementary school work. Files upon files documenting not just criminal activities but the psychological profiles of everyone who's ever studied them, including detailed analysis of your own personality, your strengths and weaknesses, your potential for either breakdown or breakthrough when confronted with dangerous knowledge. The organization's dual nature becomes clear as you dig deeper into the documentation. The public face of law enforcement that citizens trust to maintain order exists alongside a hidden infrastructure designed to study and sometimes contain the very chaos that threatens that order. Your internship wasn't career development, it was recruitment, a way of testing whether your academic training could be applied to real-world psychological warfare. Learning about this conspiracy puts your life in danger, but knowledge this significant can't be unlearned, can't be ignored, can't be as safely forgotten. You've seen too much, understood too much, connected too many dots to pretend you're just an innocent intern who stumbled onto classified materials by accident. The extensive files on criminal activities reveal a level of documentation that goes far beyond normal police work. Psychological profiles that read like academic dissertations, behavioral analysis that incorporates chaos theory and advanced mathematics, strategic assessments that treat criminal psychology like military intelligence. Someone has been studying the subject of your abandoned thesis with resources and access that no university researcher could ever hope to match. You discover that your academy friend, the one who guided your early research and warned you away from dangerous conclusions, is part of this network. Their concern for your safety wasn't just academic mentorship, but professional assessment, determining whether you had the psychological resilience to handle truths that could destroy minds unprepared for their implications. Security guards search the building floor by floor, their radios crackling with coded communications that you now recognize as sweep protocols designed to contain security breaches. They're getting closer, and you realize that being caught here with this information might mean more than losing your internship. Some secrets are protected by methods that go beyond academic discipline or professional censure. Your newly trained pattern recognition skills immediately identify the underlying structure of their search. They're not looking randomly, they're following a systematic approach designed to flush you toward a specific location, herding you like prey toward a predetermined conclusion. The mathematics of the search pattern would be elegant if it weren't so terrifying. The files reveal that criminal activities in the city follow patterns that law enforcement has been tracking for years, but the public couldn't handle the truth about how organized and sophisticated the chaos really is. What appears to be random violence and destruction is actually a carefully orchestrated curriculum in applied psychology, taught by someone who understands human nature better than the people trying to stop them. Just as the security guards reach your floor, their heavy footsteps echoing through the hallway like a countdown timer, marking the seconds until discovery. A hand grabs your shoulder. You spin around, ready to scream, every muscle in your body coiled for fight or flight, but freeze when you see who it is. Your mysterious friend from the academy stands before you, dressed in tactical gear that transforms them from academic mentor into something far more professional and dangerous. The comfortable professor persona has been replaced by someone who clearly belongs in this hidden world of surveillance and secrets, someone who's been playing a role just as carefully as you've been unknowingly performing in theirs. "Did you really think we'd let you handle this alone?" they ask. But their voice carries new authority, the confidence of someone operating in their actual area of expertise, rather than pretending to be just another academic researcher. Their presence here isn't coincidence but careful planning, another move in a game you're only beginning to understand. Before you can answer, before you can process the full implications of their presence and equipment, alarms start blaring throughout the building. The sound is deafening, designed to disorient and control, to make thinking clearly impossible while trained professionals take charge of the situation. Red lights flash in patterns that seem almost hypnotic, and you realize that even the alarm system incorporates psychological principles designed to influence behavior and decision-making. Relief floods through you like warm honey, as you realize you're not alone in this terrifying new world of secrets and shadows, that your academic journey was never as solitary as you believed, that someone has been watching over your psychological development with the careful attention of a mentor guiding a promising student through dangerous territory. The cool night air hits your face as your friend leads you through a window escape route that was clearly planned long before tonight's emergency. Their movements efficient and practiced in ways that speak of extensive training in exactly these kinds of situations. Your legs wobble as the adrenaline crash hits you, the physiological aftermath of sustained fear and discovery leaving you weak but strangely exhilarated. Distant sirens grow louder, but your friend's calm competence makes the approaching chaos feel manageable rather than threatening. They move with the confident purpose of someone who's dealt with far worse situations than a graduate student stumbling onto classified information. Their protective presence a comforting warmth against the cold reality of the world you've accidentally entered. As you navigate through alleys and side streets that your friend knows like a personal map, they begin to explain what you've really stumbled into. The academy friend who guided your research, the detective who shared his case files, the entire network of people who've entered your life over the past few months. They're all part of an organization dedicated to understanding and containing the kind of dangerous knowledge that your thesis research was approaching. You weren't studying criminal psychology, your friend explains as you reach a safe house that looks like an ordinary apartment building, but feels like something much more secure. You were being evaluated for recruitment into something far more important than academic research. The subject of your thesis isn't just a criminal, they're a teacher, and we're the students trying to understand lessons that could reshape how humanity thinks about consciousness, reality, and the nature of existence itself. The network of hidden allies reveals itself to be vast and sophisticated, with members in universities, police departments, hospitals, and government agencies all working together to study and contain psychological phenomena that go beyond conventional understanding. Your role as information gatherer was planned from the beginning, your academic skills identified and cultivated for exactly this purpose. Learning about the Heroes Support Network feels like discovering that the world has hidden layers of meaning and purpose that ordinary citizens never suspect. The chaos that terrifies most people is being carefully studied and managed by individuals who've dedicated their lives to understanding the incomprehensible, to finding patterns in madness, to protecting society from truths it isn't ready to handle. Your choice between safety and purpose becomes clear as your friend explains what comes next. You can return to your normal life, complete your thesis on safe topics, pursue a conventional career in psychology, and pretend you never glimpsed the hidden curriculum being taught through chaos. Or you can join the network, dedicate your life to studying the most dangerous minds in human history, and accept the psychological risks that come with staring directly into the abyss of human potential. Being formally recruited into the network feels like graduation from everything you thought you knew about your field of study. The safe house fills with other members who welcome you with the warmth of people who understand exactly what you've been through, what you've discovered, what you've chosen to sacrifice in pursuit of dangerous knowledge. Understanding the vast conspiracy, protecting society from uncomfortable truths, gives your academic training new purpose and meaning. You're not just studying psychology, you're part of a generation of researchers tasked with understanding minds that operate according to principles that could revolutionize or destroy everything humans believe about consciousness, sanity, and the nature of reality itself. Your friend hands you a secure phone as the network members settle into comfortable chairs around a coffee table that's clearly seen many similar conversations. "Welcome to the family," they say, but their expression is both proud and concerned. "Rest tonight. Tomorrow your real training begins, and I won't lie to you, it's gonna challenge everything you think you know about psychology, about human nature, about what it means to be sane in a world that might be fundamentally chaotic." The relationship dynamics shift as trust deepens through shared danger and revelation. These aren't just colleagues or mentors, they're people who've chosen to sacrifice normal lives in pursuit of understanding that comes with a terrible price. They've seen things that would break untrained minds, learned truths that isolate them from ordinary human relationships, accepted responsibilities that most people couldn't handle. The peaceful resolution comes as the safe house settles into quiet evening rhythms, conversation flowing around topics that would sound like science fiction to outsiders, but represent daily reality for the network members. Someone makes tea, another person starts a fire in the fireplace, and gradually the terror of the evening transforms into the comfortable warmth of belonging somewhere meaningful. As you prepare for sleep in a guest room that feels more like home than your apartment ever did, your friend appears in the doorway with a final piece of guidance. "Someone in the neighborhood needs our help," they say quietly. "There's a community that's been affected by the kind of psychological influence you've been studying. Tomorrow you'll see how this knowledge gets applied to protecting innocent people from forces they don't understand." Sleep comes easily for the first time in months. Dreamless and restful, the kind of deep rest that comes from finally understanding your place in the world and the work you're meant to do. Outside, the city continues its eternal dance between order and chaos. But now you're part of the network that watches over that dance, ensuring it doesn't spiral into something that could destroy everything humans have built. 2 months into your secret life, you're assigned to a community outreach mission that will transform your understanding of what protection really means. Here, surrounded by the smell of fresh bread from the local bakery and the sound of children's laughter echoing off apartment buildings, you'll see the true impact of chaos theory. Not through files or training, but through the grateful eyes of ordinary people who have no idea how close they've come to psychological manipulation. The morning air carries the comforting sense of a neighborhood coming to life. Coffee brewing in kitchen windows, newspapers being delivered to front steps, the mundane rhythms of people starting their day with the blessed ignorance of those who've never had to question the nature of reality itself. Your new assignment feels almost like a vacation after months of intense psychological training and dangerous revelations. The community center's welcoming lobby wraps around you like a warm embrace, filled with bulletin boards advertising pottery classes and book clubs, volunteer opportunities and neighborhood watch meetings. The elderly woman at the reception desk, Miss Train, takes your hand in both of hers when you introduce yourself as a psychology intern working on community wellness programs. Her papery skin feels fragile, but her grip is strong, and her eyes hold the kind of wisdom that comes from decades of watching over her neighbors. "We're so glad you're here, dear," she says, her voice carrying the particular gratitude of someone who's seen their community face challenges they couldn't quite understand. "Things have been different lately, harder somehow, and we've been hoping someone with your training might help us make sense of what we've been experiencing." You join the local community group that meets every Tuesday evening in the center's main room, folding chairs arranged in a circle where residents share stories that sound like support group testimonies but carry undertones that your trained ear immediately recognizes as something more significant. These people have been affected by psychological influence campaigns, subjected to stress testing and behavioral modification techniques disguised as ordinary urban problems. The residents speak with the careful words of people who've learned not to sound paranoid when describing experiences that challenge their understanding of how the world works. Mrs. Rodriguez from apartment 3B talks about the way her teenage son has been having nightmares that seem too detailed, too consistent to be random dreams. Mr. Johnson from the corner house describes how his usually friendly neighbors have been acting strangely coordinated, as if following scripts they don't realize they've memorized. As you listen to their stories, your training in chaos theory and psychological manipulation helps you identify the subtle signs of systematic influence that the residents can sense but can't articulate. Someone has been using this neighborhood as a testing ground, conducting psychological experiments on an entire community to study how ordinary people respond to carefully orchestrated stress and uncertainty. You notice the subtle signs everywhere once you know how to look. Graffiti that appears random but follows mathematical patterns designed to create subliminal anxiety. Streetlights that flicker in sequences that correspond to known techniques for inducing mild dissociation. Even the timing of construction noise and traffic patterns has been adjusted to create low-level stress that keeps residents slightly on edge without being obvious enough to complain about. The pattern that emerges tells the story of a community under siege by psychological warfare, so sophisticated that its victims can't even identify what's happening to them. Crimes have been prevented not through traditional law enforcement, but through community members developing hypervigilance and protective behaviors they don't consciously understand. Disasters have been averted because residents have learned to trust instincts they can't explain. Your role as community protector becomes clear as you help residents understand that their experiences are valid, that their sense of unease isn't paranoia, but appropriate response to manipulation they've been subjected to without their knowledge or consent. The weight of protecting innocent lives settles on your shoulders with the comfortable familiarity of a responsibility you were born to carry. During the community meeting, you're sharing resources about stress management and neighborhood safety when the lights suddenly flicker and die, plunging the room into darkness that feels different from ordinary power outages. In the blackness, You hear your name whispered by a voice that doesn't belong to anyone in the circle, a sound that carries implications and promises that make your training kick into high alert mode. The emergency lighting takes several seconds to activate, leaving everyone disoriented and reaching for each other in the darkness. When the backup illumination finally flickers to life, casting eerie shadows around the room, you find a note on your chair that wasn't there before, written in handwriting that seems familiar, though you know you've never seen it before. Not everyone wants the neighborhood protected. The note reads in elegant script that somehow conveys both threat and invitation. Meet me on the roof. Come alone. A friend. The signature carries quotation marks that transform the word friend into something ambiguous and potentially dangerous, an offer of alliance that might be genuine or might be the next phase of psychological manipulation. Mrs. Chen notices your pale expression as you read the note, her wise eyes taking in your obvious distress with the protective concern of someone who spent decades looking after people in her community. Whatever that says, she whispers, reaching out to touch your arm with maternal comfort. Remember that you're not alone here. We've been taking care of each other long before you arrived, and we'll keep taking care of each other long after you're gone. The community members around you begin sharing their own stories of mysterious contacts, strange invitations, and offers of information that came with prices they weren't willing to pay. You realize that your presence here wasn't just about protecting them from psychological manipulation. It was about learning from their collective wisdom about how ordinary people resist extraordinary pressure through the simple act of taking care of each other. Your instincts scream danger as you climb the narrow stairwell to the roof, each step taking you further from the safety of the community group and closer to a confrontation that could define not just your role in this neighborhood, but your understanding of what you're really fighting against. But something deeper than fear drives you upward, the same curiosity that led you to abandon safe thesis topics in favor of dangerous knowledge. The rooftop wind whips through your hair as you emerge into the night air, the city spread out below like a living tapestry of lights that reveals patterns you never noticed before. Your training taught you to see the hidden mathematics in everything. The grip of the safety railing is cold and reassuring under your nervous palms, a tangible anchor in a situation that feels like it could spiral beyond your control at any moment. The sound of traffic is muffled by heightened distance, creating an almost peaceful backdrop for what promises to be anything but a peaceful conversation. Your contact hasn't arrived yet, giving you a few moments to study the neighborhood from this elevated perspective, to see how the community center sits at the intersection of several streets in a pattern that your chaos theory training immediately recognizes as strategically significant. When your contact finally appears, emerging from a rooftop access door you hadn't noticed in the shadows, they move with the careful grace of someone who's learned to navigate dangerous situations with minimal noise and maximum awareness. Their face is partially obscured by darkness, but their posture conveys both awareness and determination, the stance of someone who has information they need to share despite the personal risk involved. "Thank you for coming," they say, their voice carrying the particular exhaustion of someone who's been carrying dangerous knowledge alone for too long. "I wasn't sure you'd be brave enough or foolish enough to meet with someone claiming to have answers about what's really happening in this neighborhood." They reveal themselves to be a former ally of the subject you've been studying, someone who worked closely with the network before discovering that not everyone involved shared the same goals for the psychological research being conducted. Their story unfolds like a conspiracy thriller, but the details align too perfectly with your own experiences to dismiss as paranoia or delusion. The deeper conspiracy they describe involves community members who are secretly working against the protection efforts, residents who've been recruited or coerced into supporting psychological manipulation campaigns that target their own neighbors. The gentle, caring people you've come to trust may include individuals who are actively sabotaging community resilience efforts while maintaining perfect covers as concerned citizens. Learning about the plot to frame the protection network for an upcoming incident makes your stomach clench with dread. Someone is planning to use the neighborhood's trust against itself, to create a situation where the very people trying to protect the community will be blamed for its destruction. The festival planned for tomorrow night, which should be a celebration of community resilience, has been designed as the perfect stage for psychological warfare. Your contact reveals they're a former network member now in hiding, after discovering that some protection efforts are actually elaborate research projects designed to study how communities respond to both manipulation and salvation. The moral complexity makes your head spin as you realize that everyone, including your own organization, might be part of a larger experiment in social psychology that no one fully understands. Time is running out to prevent disaster. But the nature of the disaster isn't what you expected. It's not physical destruction, but psychological manipulation, so sophisticated that it will turn the community's protective instincts against itself, creating trauma that will ripple through generations while appearing to be the result of natural social breakdown, rather than deliberate psychological warfare. The context revelation about people you've grown to trust hits you like a physical blow. Mrs. Chen, who welcomed you with such warmth. Mr. Johnson, who shared his family's struggles with apparent honesty. Even some of the community group members who seemed most concerned about their neighbors' welfare. Any of them could be part of the conspiracy, playing roles designed to make you lower your guard while gathering intelligence about protection efforts. Your contact suddenly pushes you down as a sniper's bullet whizzes overhead, the sharp crack of gunfire shattering the peaceful night air and transforming the rooftop from sanctuary into battlefield. They found us, your contact gasps, bleeding from their shoulder where a second shot grazed them. The dark stain spreads across their jacket as they struggle to maintain consciousness and coherence. You have to warn the others, they whisper urgently, their voice growing weaker as shock sets in from the injury and the realization that their worst fears about being hunted have just been confirmed. The trap is set for tomorrow night's festival. Whatever you do, don't trust. Another shot rings out across the rooftop, the muzzle flash visible from a building several blocks away, and your contact goes silent. You're alone on the roof with enemies closing in. The safety of the community center seeming impossibly far away as footsteps echo in the stairwell behind you. Your training kicks in as you realize that everything you've learned about psychological manipulation and community protection is about to be tested in the most practical way possible. The patterns you've studied in theory are now playing out in real time, with real consequences and real lives hanging in the balance. Crouched behind rooftop equipment with concrete scraping against your back, you finally understand what your academy friend meant about the weight of responsibility, about how abstract knowledge transforms into crushing reality when lives depend on the choices you make in the next few minutes. The rough surface grounds you, provides tactile focus while your mind races through options and consequences with the mathematical precision your training has developed. The metallic taste of fear coats your tongue, but underneath the terror runs a current of clarity that surprises you with its intensity. This is what you've been preparing for without knowing it. The moment when all your academic study and psychological training crystallizes into practical application that could save or doom an entire community. Your phone vibrates urgently in your pocket, but you don't dare answer it yet. Not with pursuers potentially close enough to hear the ringtone or see the screen's glow. The distant music from festival preparations below creates an ironic soundtrack to your desperate situation. Cheerful melodies drifting up from a celebration that may become a tragedy if you can't warn the right people in time. The breathing exercises your network training taught you help slow your racing heart enough to think clearly about next moves. Every decision branches into multiple possibilities, each choice creating cascading consequences that your chaos theory background helps you model mentally even under extreme stress. The mathematics of survival becomes personal in ways no textbook could ever prepare you for. Evading your pursuers while getting warning to the network requires applying everything you've learned about human psychology and behavioral prediction. Their search pattern reveals training and coordination that speaks to professional rather than amateur pursuit. But even professionals make assumptions that can be exploited by someone who understands the underlying psychological principles governing their tactics. The hero's philosophy becomes clear through crisis decision-making as you realize that protection isn't about eliminating danger, but about helping people develop the psychological resilience to face uncertainty without being overwhelmed by it. The community you've been working with doesn't need to be shielded from all manipulation. They need to develop the collective wisdom to recognize and resist it together. Understanding why ordinary people matter in extraordinary wars hits you with the force of revelation as you watch the festival setup continuing below. Volunteers hanging decorations and setting up food booths with the determined optimism of people who refuse to let fear stop them from caring for each other. They're not helpless victims waiting for protection. They're the actual heroes of this story, maintaining hope and connection in the face of forces trying to divide and demoralize them. Your contact's final message, whispered through blood and fading consciousness, reveals both the hero's greatest weakness and strength. The weakness is caring too much about protecting people to see when protection becomes control, when the desire to shield communities from harm transforms into paternalistic manipulation that robs them of agency. The strength is the ability to inspire others to protect themselves and each other, creating networks of mutual care that can't be broken by any external force. Choosing between personal safety and mission success becomes less difficult as you understand that the mission isn't really about preventing one incident, but about demonstrating that communities can resist psychological warfare through collective action, rather than depending on outside protection. Your safety matters less than proving that ordinary people can face extraordinary manipulation and choose connection over fear. Your decision determines not whether the hero survives the upcoming trap, but whether the community learns to trust its own collective wisdom over external authorities claiming to know what's best for them. The real trap isn't physical danger, but psychological dependence, the slow erosion of community self-reliance that makes people vulnerable to both manipulation and supposedly protective interventions. Character growth accelerates as you transform from protected student to protector of others. But the transformation involves understanding that the highest form of protection is teaching others to protect themselves rather than doing the protecting for them. The hero's real superpower isn't strength or intelligence, but the ability to see potential in ordinary people and help them recognize their own extraordinary capacity for resilience. Just as enemies corner you on the rooftop, festival fireworks explode overhead in brilliant cascades of color and sound that transform the night sky into a canvas of controlled chaos. In the strobing light and thunderous noise, a familiar silhouette drops from above, moving with the fluid grace of someone who's mastered the art of appearing exactly when needed most. The hero has arrived, but their presence raises more questions than it answers. Are they walking into the trap your contact warned about? Or are they here because they've already identified and neutralized the threat? Your phone buzzes with a message from your academy friend that makes your heart race with new possibilities. Phase 3 begins now. The realization dawns that your rooftop encounter wasn't random emergency, but carefully orchestrated training exercise. The next level in your education about community protection and psychological resilience. Every moment of fear, every difficult choice, every revelation about trust and betrayal has been designed to teach lessons that couldn't be learned in classroom settings or through theoretical study. Your contact's injury was real. The bullets were real. The danger was genuine. But the larger framework has been a controlled environment designed to push your understanding and capabilities to new levels. The hero's arrival isn't rescue but graduation, acknowledgement that you've successfully navigated a scenario that tests both technical knowledge and moral judgment under extreme pressure. As the hero faces their greatest challenge, you realize that true strength comes not from powers or training, but from the connections we build with others, the networks of trust and mutual care that can withstand any external pressure, because they're based on genuine human bonds rather than manufactured dependencies or professional obligations. Fireworks paint the sky in brilliant colors that transform the night into a celebration of controlled chaos, beauty created through precise timing and careful planning. but appearing magical to those who don't understand the underlying science. The crowd's cheers rise from the festival below, voices lifted in joy that feels more precious because you know how close it came to being replaced by fear and division. The crowd's reaction shifts as they become aware of the drama playing out above them. But instead of panic or helpless watching, they respond with the coordinated concern of a community that's learned to take care of itself. Some call emergency services, others clear areas for potential medical needs. Still others form protective circles around children and elderly residents. Their response reveals training and preparation you hadn't noticed before. The hero's presence feels like electricity in the air, but not the supernatural power you might have expected. Instead, it's the galvanizing effect of someone who genuinely believes in other people's potential for heroism, who sees ordinary individuals as capable of extraordinary courage and wisdom when circumstances call for it. Their greatest strength is the ability to inspire others to discover their own strength. Working together, the hero and network coordinate to address the psychological manipulation campaign that's been targeting the community. But the solution doesn't involve dramatic confrontation or clever schemes. Instead, it requires patient education, honest communication, and the slow work of helping people understand what they've experienced and how they can build resilience against future manipulation attempts. Community members reveal they've known more than they let on, that their apparent vulnerability was actually protective camouflage designed to help them observe and understand the manipulation campaigns without alerting the perpetrators to their awareness. Mrs. Chen's gentle wisdom, Mr. Johnson's careful observations, even the seemingly random concerns shared in group meetings were all part of a sophisticated collective intelligence operation. Understanding that the hero's greatest power is inspiring others transforms your perception of what protection really means. It's not about eliminating all danger or solving all problems, but about helping communities develop the confidence and skills to face uncertainty together, to support each other through difficult times, and to maintain hope and connection even when external forces try to divide them. The conspiracy is defeated, not through violence or dramatic revelation, but through community unity that makes psychological manipulation irrelevant. When people trust each other, communicate honestly about their experiences, and work together to address shared challenges, external attempts to create fear and division simply fail to take hold because the social fabric is too strong to tear. Ordinary people step up to protect their protector when they realize that the hero's strength comes from caring about them, not from being separate from or superior to them. The festival continues as planned, but now it's also a celebration of community resilience, proof that neighborhoods can face sophisticated psychological warfare and emerge stronger rather than broken. Finally, understanding your role in the greater story brings peace rather than excitement. You're not the main character in an epic adventure, but a supporting player in the ongoing human drama of people learning to take care of each other across differences and difficulties. Your technical knowledge and training matter most when they help others develop their own capabilities rather than creating dependence on your expertise. The festival celebration feels like a graduation ceremony, as the neighborhood welcomes you, not as an outside expert who solved their problems, but as a community member who helped them solve problems together. The elderly woman from the community center, Mrs. Chen, approaches you with the same warm smile she offered on your first day, but now her gratitude carries deeper meaning. "Welcome home, dear," she says, her papery hands gentle on your shoulders as fireworks continue to bloom overhead. "We've been waiting for someone like you, someone who understands that the strongest communities are built by people who know how to help without taking over, how to protect without controlling, how to care without creating dependency." As the celebration continues around you, music and laughter filling the night air with human warmth, you realize that witnessing the hero's story has taught you to recognize the hero potential in everyone around you. The real superpower isn't extraordinary ability, but ordinary courage applied consistently over time. The daily choice to care for others even when it's difficult or thankless. Your phone buzzes with a message from your academy friend. but you don't need to read it to know what comes next. There's one more thing you need to see. The text confirms where it all began. Are you ready to understand the complete story? The festival continues as you prepare for the final phase of your education, knowing that tomorrow will bring new understanding about origins and purposes, about how legends begin and why some stories need witnesses who can carry them forward to future generations, who will face their own challenges and need their own heroes. 6 months later, your academy friend approaches with the ultimate honor and burden, their expression carrying the weight of someone about to share the most dangerous knowledge they possess. It's time, they say quietly, leading you to a facility you've never seen before, where technology and psychology intersect in ways that challenge your understanding of both. To see where it all began. But be warned, some truths change you forever, and this one will remake your understanding of what it means to be human. The temporal displacement technology tingles through your entire body like electricity made gentle, a sensation that's neither painful nor pleasant, but utterly alien to every previous human experience. Your atoms seem to dance with possibility as reality bends around you, time becoming fluid rather than linear, allowing you to slip between moments like walking through doorways that exist outside normal space. The world you arrive in looks familiar yet strange, like a photograph of your city taken decades ago when the buildings were newer, the streets cleaner, the skies somehow brighter with hope that hasn't yet been tested by reality. Familiar landmarks exist in slightly different forms, and you realize you're witnessing not just the past but a past that still believes in simple answers to complex questions. Younger versions of people you know move through this world with the confident energy of those who haven't yet learned that some problems resist solution, that some questions don't have comfortable answers, that some challenges require accepting ambiguity rather than demanding certainty. Their innocence feels precious and fragile, like watching children play in a garden before they learn about thorns. The weight of knowing future events while being powerless to change them settles on your shoulders like a heavy cloak. You're a witness to history in the making, but a witness bound by rules that prevent interference, someone who must watch tragedy unfold while understanding that preventing it would create consequences far worse than allowing it to proceed according to its natural course. You meet the hero's family during this period, gathering around dinner tables where conversation flows with the easy rhythm of people who trust that tomorrow will be essentially like today, that problems have solutions, that love and effort are sufficient to protect those you care about from the worst that life can offer. Their warmth draws you in despite your knowledge of what's coming, their humanity making the future tragedy feel personal rather than academic. The friends and mentors from this earlier time welcome you with open curiosity, asking about your studies and your interest in their community with the generous attention that people give to guests when life still feels manageable and time seems unlimited. Their investment in ordinary concerns, their worries about everyday problems, their hopes for modest improvements in their circumstances, all of it carries tragic weight when viewed through the lens of what you know is approaching. Understanding the circumstances that will create a legend requires seeing the ordinary foundation from which extraordinary transformation emerges. The hero of this time period is recognizably the same person you've studied, but their concerns are wonderfully mundane, their struggles familiar, their dreams modest and achievable. There's no hint of the profound psychological transformation that awaits them. Witnessing ordinary life before transformation teaches you that heroes aren't born different from everyone else. They're created by circumstances that force ordinary people to discover extraordinary capacities they never knew they possessed. The seeds of greatness exist in everyone, but most people never face situations extreme enough to require their cultivation. You notice the date on the newspaper during a peaceful breakfast. The casual way someone mentions upcoming plans that you know will never happen. The innocent confidence in voices discussing a future that will arrive completely different from their expectations. It's the day before everything changes, the last morning of the world where simple answers still seem possible. The hero's innocent smile breaks your heart because you know that by tomorrow night, that innocence will be gone forever, replaced by knowledge that can't be unknown. experience that can't be unexperienced, responsibility that can't be refused. Their laughter today sounds different when you know what it will become, how it will change, what it will mean to those who hear it in times to come. Your phone buzzes with a message from your academy friend that reminds you of the rules governing this experience. Remember, you're here to witness, not interfere. No matter what you see tomorrow, no matter how much you want to help, you must let events unfold naturally. The timeline depends on these events happening exactly as they did. You stand at the crossroads of destiny, watching the exact moment when an ordinary person chooses to become extraordinary, understanding finally the terrible price of heroism and the beautiful courage required to pay it willingly. The air crackles with electricity during the transformation, not from supernatural power, but from the raw intensity of a human soul reorganizing itself around new purpose, new understanding, new responsibility. The sound of breaking glass echoes through the night as the old life shatters irreparably, each fragment reflecting memories of simpler times when the biggest concerns were mundane problems with manageable solutions. You watch someone you've come to care about lose their innocence in real time, their faith in simple answers dissolving like sugar in acid rain. The metallic taste of fear mixes with determination, fills the air as power awakens. But not the kind of power that comic books describe. This is psychological power. The terrifying ability to see through society's comfortable illusions to the chaos that lurks beneath every carefully constructed facade. The madness that order barely contains. The joke that existence plays on everyone who takes it too seriously. Physical sensation accompanies the transformation as you witness power awakening in another person, watching their nervous system rewire itself to process information that would destroy untrained minds. Their eyes change first, gaining depth and distance that speaks of seeing too much, understanding too clearly, accepting truths that most people spend their lives avoiding. Experiencing the origin story from your unique perspective reveals details that no other account could capture. You see not just what happens, but how it feels to happen. Not just the external events, but the internal experience of consciousness reshaping itself to accommodate new realities that don't fit into previous categories of thought or feeling. Witnessing the moment of choice that creates a hero teaches you that heroism isn't about being chosen by destiny, but about choosing to accept responsibility when fate offers you the opportunity to make a difference. The transformation doesn't happen to someone. It happens because someone decides to let it happen, to pay whatever price is required for the power to protect others. Understanding the full cost of transformation changes how you see every hero story you've ever heard. The price isn't just personal sacrifice or physical danger, but psychological isolation, the loneliness of seeing truths that separate you from everyone who still believes in comfortable lies, still trusts in simple answers, still assumes that good and evil are easily distinguished. Learning the true meaning of sacrifice means watching someone voluntarily give up the peace of ignorance in exchange for the burden of knowledge, trading the comfort of belonging for the responsibility of protecting those who will never understand what you've given up for their sake. The choice is made with full awareness of what it costs, which makes it simultaneously heartbreaking and inspiring. You realize that studying this subject means becoming part of the lesson plan. As the transformative event unfolds around you, pulling you into its gravitational field of change and challenge. You're not just witnessing history, you're being shaped by it, your own understanding evolving in response to what you're seeing and feeling. As the transformation reaches its climax, you realize you do have the power to change history, to prevent the tragedy that creates the hero, to spare someone you care about the pain of bearing impossible knowledge and unbearable responsibility. Your hand reaches toward them as everything hangs in the balance, time slowing to allow you this moment of choice. The temptation to interfere becomes overwhelming. As you watch suffering that you could prevent, pain that you could spare, transformation that you could halt before it becomes irreversible. Your friend warned you not to interfere. but warnings feel abstract when confronted with the concrete reality of someone you care about facing their darkest moment. The mathematics of chaos theory that you've studied so carefully suggests that small changes can have enormous consequences, that preventing this transformation could unravel everything you've come to understand about protection, community, and the price of keeping people safe. But watching someone suffer when you have the power to stop it tests every moral principle you've developed. Your choice crystallizes in this moment between heartbeats, between breaths, between the person they were and the person they must become. Do you preserve the timeline that creates the hero everyone needs, or save them from pain they don't deserve? The weight of all future consequences hangs on your decision to reach out or pull back, to interfere or witness, to choose compassion or wisdom. Your choice in that crucial moment defines not just the hero's destiny, but your own understanding of what it truly means to be responsible for others. In choosing to witness rather than interfere, you demonstrate that sometimes the highest form of love is allowing others to become who they're meant to be, even when that transformation requires traveling through darkness you wouldn't wish on anyone. Tears of understanding rather than sadness flow down your cheeks as you watch the hero take their first steps into a destiny that will isolate them from ordinary human experience, but connect them to something far greater than individual happiness. The weight of wisdom settles into your bones as you realize that your education has been about learning to make impossible choices with grace and acceptance. The sense of completion that flows through you feels like puzzle pieces falling into place after months of confusion and partial understanding. Everything you've experienced, from your abandoned thesis research to your recruitment into the network, from your community work to this temporal journey, has been leading to this moment of clarity about your role in the eternal cycle of heroism and protection. Feeling of time itself approving your decision creates a strange harmony with forces larger than individual preference or personal comfort. The universe seems to exhale with relief as events unfold according to their proper pattern, as if reality has been holding its breath waiting for you to choose wisdom over the immediate impulse to prevent suffering. Understanding how your presence throughout the hero's story was always meant to be fills you with awe at the complexity of the systems you've become part of. Your journey wasn't random exploration but careful preparation, each experience designed to build the knowledge and emotional resilience required for this final test of character and judgment. Learning your true role as guardian of the hero's legacy transforms your understanding of what protection really means. You're not just studying or supporting one person's journey, but becoming part of the infrastructure that ensures future generations will have access to the same opportunities for growth and transformation that you've been given. The peaceful resolution comes as you prepare to return to your own time, understanding finally that love sometimes means letting go, that the highest form of care is creating space for others to discover their own strength, rather than trying to shield them from every challenge that could help them grow. Receiving final wisdom from your academy friend feels like graduation from a university you never realized you were attending. The real education was never about understanding chaos theory or criminal psychology. They explain as temporal energy swirls around you both. It was about learning to hold space for other people's transformation without losing yourself in the process. Character completion transforms you from lost newcomer to wise guardian, someone who can face the most challenging aspects of human psychology without being overwhelmed by them. Your capacity to hold contradictions, to understand complexity, to offer support without taking control has grown beyond what you imagined possible when you first walked into that psychology lecture hall. As you prepare to return to the present, the newly transformed hero looks at you with eyes that hold depths created by accepting truths most people spend their lives avoiding. They don't know who you are yet, don't understand your role in their story, but somehow they recognize in you a kindred spirit, someone who understands the weight of carrying dangerous knowledge. "Thank you," they whisper, their voice carrying new harmonics that speak of consciousness expanded beyond normal parameters. For believing in tomorrow, your academy friend smiles as temporal energy surrounds you both. Ready to go home? Your own students are waiting. The final revelation crystallizes as reality shifts around you. You're not just learning the hero's story or becoming part of their support network. You're being prepared to become the next academy mentor, the person who will guide future students through the same dangerous journey of discovery that has transformed your understanding of psychology, heroism, and what it means to be human in a universe far stranger and more wonderful than most people imagine. As you return to the present, everything has changed. Not the world around you, but your capacity to hold its contradictions without being broken by them. Your ability to see patterns and connections that were always there but required careful training to perceive and understand. The familiar environment of your daily life looks the same but feels completely different, like a stage where you now understand the deeper meaning behind every performance. The story threads resolve themselves with elegant precision as you recognize how each phase of your journey contributed to your overall education. Your role as psychology student taught you to question assumptions and seek deeper understanding. Your experience investigating case files showed you how theory applies to real-world consequences. Your time protecting community members demonstrated the practical applications of psychological knowledge. Your witness to origins revealed the true nature of transformation and choice. Your character arc completion takes you from fearful outsider to wise protector of future heroes, someone who can guide others through the same process of discovery and growth that has transformed your understanding of what it means to be human. The fear that once paralyzed you has been replaced by compassion, the confusion by clarity, the isolation by belonging to something greater than yourself. The emotional payoff comes as you understand that the real meaning isn't found in chaos or order separately, but in the dance between them, in the recognition that meaning exists even in uncertainty. If you're brave enough to look for it, that the universe is far stranger and more wonderful than most people imagine, but no less beautiful for its complexity. Personal growth reflection reveals how far you've traveled from the graduate student who was afraid to complete dangerous research to someone who can witness the most challenging aspects of human psychology without losing your center or your compassion. The journey has been difficult, but it has also been transformative, preparing you to help others navigate similar challenges. The peaceful wisdom you've gained centers around understanding that sanity isn't the absence of chaos, but the ability to dance with uncertainty. That heroism isn't about having extraordinary powers, but about making ordinary choices with extraordinary courage. That protection means teaching others to protect themselves rather than creating dependence on external saviors. Sleep comes easily as gentle sounds surround you. The comforting noises of rain against windows that sounds neither threatening nor entirely peaceful, just real and present and beautifully human. The sense of psychological equilibrium between order and chaos fills you with deep rest, the kind that comes from finally understanding your place in the world. Comfort settles over you with the knowledge that understanding doesn't require solving, that some patterns are meant to be observed rather than controlled, that the most important wisdom involves learning to hold space for complexity without being overwhelmed by it. Tomorrow brings new minds that need your compassionate understanding. Rest now, guardian of difficult truths and dangerous knowledge. Tomorrow your real work begins, guiding the next generation of students who will face their own psychological challenges, their own opportunities for growth, their own choices about whether to embrace complexity or retreat into comfortable simplicity. The sounds of a city at night fade into peaceful silence, neither purely chaotic nor completely ordered, but beautifully, mysteriously, hopefully human. In that space between fear and understanding, between isolation and connection, wisdom grows and heroes are born, one compassionate choice at a time. If tonight's exploration of psychology and chaos resonated with you, consider joining our community of thoughtful observers who understand that the most important questions don't have easy answers, but that asking them anyway is what makes us beautifully, courageously human. The gentle fade into sleep carries you toward dreams where order and chaos dance together in patterns too beautiful for waking minds to fully comprehend, but peaceful enough for healing rest.